Terry, we're back for another live Saturday race this weekend. We are at Belmont Park. I probably sound like I'm a million miles away because my microphone was a million miles away as I've so many last minute things getting ready for this stuff, Terry, that I never quite calculate when I got to get started to get things done on time.
I know it takes a lot of actions on your part, mine too. So
yes, it's definitely a lot of preparation work. That's 100% for sure.
Yep.
Well, hopefully the preparation pays off today, Terry. Today we're starting at Belmont, race 1. I think I saw that the track is fast and firm today, so that's a good thing, right? Sun's out. Hopefully a lot of winners are out. And we're going to start in race number 1, which is 6.5 furlongs, claiming 16,000, non-winners of 2 a lifetime. And 6.5 furlongs, Terry, surprisingly, well, I think maybe because you got those big sweeping turns in this 9-horse field, that the speed bias is not incredible. So far, 7 races at the current meet, 4 of them won by the speed horses, but 3 of those 4 went wire to wire. So let's take a look real quick at what the pace might look like in this race. I hope I got the right one there. I did indeed. So it looks like Eucharist will be the fastest out of the gate with Indoctrinate, not too far behind, followed by Hanger On. And then on the way home, you have Double Pour, Hofstadt, Mucho Sunshine, and a few others in there as well, Terry. So it's time to break down the race and see who we like. What do you say?
All right. Sounds like a good idea to me.
Well, last time we started out with a superfecta, right?
We did, yeah. We had a pretty good one that day. It paid over $100.
Let's see if we can start with a superfecta today, Terry. What do you say?
All right, sounds good.
So race number 1 is Double Pour. What are your thoughts on Double Pour?
Well, he finished 3rd versus similar in the last race and ran 2nd at this distance in the only race he had at this distance. He has the highest last race speed rating, and he's best dirt speed is the fastest among today's starters.
And not a real big fan of that 0 for 6 at Belmont coming from Park's angle, though. That's not a big friend of mine. And though there was some internal improvement last time early in the race, later in the race, he kind of had a little bit of a regression. So we'll see if he can put all of it together today. Number 2 is Litterbox, ridden by Eric Cancel. Gary Sakaya, maybe that's the name. 1 run at Belmont with a 2nd. What do you think?
Yeah, he showed early speed and finished 3rd. So that, he's got that early speed, which works out here pretty good. So.
Yeah, I like the fact that in this last race, let me pull it up real quick, Terry, so we can see in this last race, you see that in the previous race through the first part of the race, he was 5th, 4th, 7th, and now he moved to 2nd, 1st. So that's a sign to me of a horse that's on the upswing. I do also see some internal improvement in the numbers there. I would like to see a little bit better record than 1 win and 12 starts, but that's what we have here. Number 3, as I mentioned, could be the horse that's on the lead. Doesn't look like it here, but if you go back to the dirt numbers, does have some good early pace figures. Kendrick Camuche likes to get on the front. Do you think the horse can rebound from the last start? That was kind of awful.
Yeah, I think he has a really good chance. He didn't seem to like the turf, so he should improve returning back to this dirt. And he dropped some class today, and the trainer has won 18% when moving a horse down 2 classes. So return to a sprint's going to be a plus for him.
Yeah, another quick thing that I like here too. I know it doesn't look like it on here, but that first half was nice. But you see these early pace figures went from 96 to 103, and that's the first 2 furlongs, and then 97 to 100. So that in those internal numbers within the race suggest that the horse did show some improvement. So maybe getting back to the dirt will be a useful thing for Eucharist. Number 4 is Magnificent Chrome. Well, to me, Terry, this looks like a horse that I'm just going to completely pass on. I don't see anything here, even dropping 2 classes, that interests me.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Don't say toss it.
I didn't. He's only had 1 race and not finished in the money in any of the other 10. So,
and if you want to know why I told Terry don't say toss, it's because every time he says toss it, the horse wins.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that anymore.
So number 5, well, maybe we should say it, then go ahead and bet it. Yeah. Hallstatt, number 5, Benjamin Hernandez. What do you like?
Nothing much. He just drops in class. There's not much to look at here. So,
yeah, this is another one that I think, as Tom Carley and I call them, simply forgettable. Indoctrinate. Okay, this is another horse that's dropping in class, Terry. taking the turf, the dirt angle, and not a winner for the trainer. He's 0 for 10 at that with that surface flip.
Yeah, well, his early speed should help, so the shorter distance may be just what he wants.
Could be, but 0 for 12. I see some regression in the numbers, but the early pace was a little bit better last time out. So we'll see. I don't like that really bad dying at the end of every race. Profusion. It's another horse, Terry, that is making it first start off for layoff. Doesn't have the greatest workouts, though one on September 18th wasn't that bad. Lightly raced horse compared to some of these. So I think maybe the 7 horse could come off the bench and do all right.
Yeah, I do too. He's got a high percentage trainer, Rudy Rodriguez, 26 starts, 6 wins, 4 seconds, and 2/3. And he's finished in the money 60% of the time this year, winning 20% of those races.
Yes, and Manny Franco's another one of those jockeys that's aggressive up on the front. And when he works with with Rudy Rodriguez, they have won together 3 out of 8. So that's not bad. Hanger On, Terry. This is a horse that's making its 4th start. First 3 were at Monmouth. I kind of like that Monmouth angle where the horse is not allowed to get encouragement. Now today, jockey Irad Ortiz will be able to give him a little bit of encouragement with the crop. Do you think he can get out of the gates and run all right?
Yeah, I think he has a chance. He has plenty of speed, and the shorter distance will help. And it drops in class today. So,
Yes, and this is a pretty much wide open race. I don't like the fact that it doesn't have a work at Belmont again. I would like to have seen a run at Belmont and a work at Belmont. 0 for 12 on the fast track. Yeah, maybe. Mucho Sunshine making its first start since way back in March. The workouts coming into this race haven't been inspiring at all.
no, although he has finished in the money 3 out of his last 4 races, he drops in class today. And one of the things I like about him is he can either lead or he can close from off the pace.
Yeah, I would like to see some better workouts though on this horse. He's been off for so long. Though I do have to say that right now on the 6 horse, he is working by himself. And as Jose Ortiz told us before, that when a horse works by itself without its lead pony, it's usually a sign that that horse is feeling pretty good and ready to run. Terry, it is the moment of truth. How are you ranking him?
Okay, I like the number 7 with the number 3, with the number 9, with the number 8.
7, 3, 9, and 8. Rich is going to go. This is a wide open race, Terry. I think you'll agree with me on that.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with the 7 with the 1, 2, and 3, Terry. 7 over the 1, 2, 3. We'll see how they line up when it goes official. Terry, good luck with your picks. Everybody else, good luck with yours as well. May all of them somehow end up in the winner's circle. We'll see you when it's official.
All right. See you then.
So Terry didn't hit the superfecta, but I did get the trifecta with my top
You
three picks.
did. You did. That was a nice handicapping job on your part. So,
Well, every now and then, this, you know what they say about the sun shining on a dog's rear end, or the broken clock, or all that kind of theory about every now and then
yeah.
things that don't work, right?
Yeah. What did that trifecta pay? I wasn't able
For
to take
50
a look.
cents, it paid $32.25. So where else on the planet can you turn $3 into 32 in what was that, in a minute and 16 and a half seconds or something like that?
That's right. And of course, so you also got the exacta. So that
Yeah, I
probably
had
paid.
them in my top two picks.
Yes, you
So the
did.
7 and the 1, just no. The 2 finished in the middle of the 7, right? The 7 finished third. The 1, my second choice, finished first. But I don't care if the top 3 picks come in 1, 2, 3. I mean, of course, I prefer to have it ice cold, but it's hard to do ice cold all of the time.
Yeah. It's very hard. I don't hardly ever get to do that. So,
So track observation, Terry. Speed didn't really hold up there. That horse came from way behind.
yep.
The 7 and all the other speed kind of faded. So I wonder if maybe the track's a little heavy today.
Could be. It seemed like it was to me. So, yeah, I thought the 7 might just hold on until about halfway down the stretch. Then I knew he was getting tired and yeah, something was going to happen there. So,
Absolutely. So if you're new today, folks, please do us a big favor. If you like what you see throughout the course of the day, subscribe. Hit the like button if you can, the thumbs up. It helps us move up the Google rankings. You can follow us on Twitter at Racing Radar or on Facebook at Racing Radar as well. You might want to head over there. We have a really nice conversation on Thursday night with TVG's Todd Schrupp. If you don't think he does, look at his Twitter feed. He said some really nice stuff about us today. And Todd, we really have to say we greatly appreciate those kind words. So head on over there and do that. And then while you're at Horse Racing Radar, you'll see up in the top there are some tabs. You can get some free picks. You can get all of our picks for Belmont today and every other track as well. Terry, I look forward to race number 2. We really have to bust out our handicapping skills because it's 7 furlongs on the turf and a bunch of first-time starters. So it's going to require some skill.
it is. So,
Hopefully you and I are up to the task, my friend.
I think we will be.
Well, we'll find out. As always, we do our analysis about 10 minutes to post. So make sure you come back about 10 minutes to post if you're watching on TVG or Twin Spires or Bet Us or wherever you do your betting. When you see it's about to hit 10 minutes to post, make sure you head on over to the Horse Racing Radar TV. We'll see you 10 minutes to post, Terry.
All right. See you then.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Terry, race 2, as I mentioned, I was giving everybody a big hug there. I don't know why my computer screen is coming back to me. It's like moving on its own. As though we're having like earthquakes or something in Chicago, but it's pretty unlikely. But as I mentioned, race number 2 is 7 furlongs on the turf. One big, like, looping, turning race. And a lot of first-time starters. I think there's only 2 horses in this field that have some experience, Terry.
Mm-hmm.
So ordinarily you got to bucket them. I think you can throw them all in the bucket because there's even the experienced horses are inexperienced. So taking a look at the past 50 races or so at 7 furlongs, can you hit the mute button on that, Terry? The last 50 furlong, last 7 races at this distance, last 50 races at 7 furlongs, forgive me, are about they've run about 15% of the horses went wire to wire. About 54% of them, about 46%, excuse me, were in the first 3 at the quarter pole. 54% of them were stalkers, closers. As far as the posts are concerned, about 45% of your winners came from your inside 3. So most of the winners came from 4 and out. And when you're looking at jockeys, Jose Lezcano, who's not, I don't think he does have a mount here, he's the one that does have the most wins by far at the distance, followed by Irad. And then Christophe Clement, and I don't see him having a horse in here, and Chad Brown are the next best trainers. Normally, I would put up the pace figures here, but there are really only 2 horses, and it doesn't much matter. So let's break down the field, Terry. Do you like number 1, Hennington Rocket?
Okay. Yeah, Hennington Rocket is a first-time starter, and the breeding suggests she will like the grass, and her workouts are average. So I can't see anything that makes me really excited.
Other than Manny Franco being on there, but besides that, and then if Manny Franco gets on that horse and it gets out to the lead, then it has a pretty good shot to go. Number 2, Radiant Gem. I mentioned that Irad Ortiz is in the irons, and you see I have it highlighted already. One of my favorite angles or at least an angle I like to employ when I look at a horse, that's the bullet and go. So put a bullet workout, and then it's going to go to the track to race. So bullet and go. Radiant Gem has the bullet and go, and Irad Ortiz. I think that's a good combination.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's got a really good chance in this race. The breeding suggests that she'll like the grass, and like you said, she has a bullet workout. So,
number 3, Terry, what do you like about Dream Streak?
Well, trainer David Donk wins 24% with
that's the 2 horse.
Oh, I'm sorry. Isn't that the 3? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's Christophe Clement, who I mentioned is the top trainer. We're on 3. Dream Streak.
Oh, all right. Well, it has a hot jockey trainer combo who in the last 14 days have won 2 races out of 3, running second in the other one. He has a decent workout, 49.4, breezing from the gate, 9th best out of 26. And that's about all that I see. He's first-time starter.
Mm-hmm. $85,000. So one of the more expensive horses in the field. Number 4 is Rosenberg. It is one of the horses that does have some experience, Terry. It has the best pedigree for the distance. What do you like about Rosenberg?
Well, the dam has 4 winners from 6 starters, but no turf winners, though. The first race was really a nice race where she finished 4th. And, her workout on September 27th on the turf was pretty decent, 8th out of 32.
Yeah, the first-time grass is not the best angle for Belmont, though, only winning at 8% of 99, so about 7 or 8 out of the 99. So it's a sizable sample size, enough that I think you can make some hay from it. Make some hay. There you go, Terry.
That's it.
Number 5 is scratch because it's main track only. And number 6 is Caroni. It's a horse that does have some decent workouts, but not a whole lot of other numbers in here other than hoping Kendrick Camush can get to the lead and maybe take the horse from gate to wire.
Again, it has the type breeding that suggests that she'll like the grass. And like you said, she has a decent workouts. So.
Mm-hmm. Number 7, I believe, is also scratched. Number 8, Red Zilla. versus Godzilla. Yeah, I was watching last night on TV on the comedy channel Dave Chappelle beating up Godzilla. So that's why I laughed. I thought about Redzilla, and the image of Dave Chappelle beating up Godzilla came to mind. But in any case, what comes to mind to you for Redzilla?
Well, not much, except for again, the breeding suggested it would like grass, but the workouts haven't been all that great. So I'm really not that excited about this horse.
Yeah, me either. The workouts are not inspiring at all. 55, 41 to 46. Maybe the horse, I don't know. We'll see what she does. You never know. Some of these horses surprise sometimes.
Yeah.
Finally, number 9, Dance for Gold, Jorge Abreu, Eric Cancel. So horse is a horse with experience, was 22 to 1, ran like a 22 to 1 horse in its first race. Maybe didn't like the yielding course, Terry. I don't see anything in the workouts to suggest it'll like a firm course.
No, the only positive thing I saw was that it ran pretty speedy in the first couple of calls, and now shortens up to a shorter race, which may help.
Yeah, maybe it did have a little bit of trouble at the beginning, so and then stopped at the end. So you're right. Sometimes those horses that stop in the race that show some speed. I would have liked to seen Lasix here too, though. A lot of times those speed fade, then get LASIK horses do exceptionally well in the race that they get Lasix the first time. Who do you like, Terry, and in what order?
I like the number 4 with the number 2 with the number 3 with the number 6.
We like the same 4 horses, Terry, in just a little bit. I do. You did mention that 9, so that 9 maybe I put at the back of my pack here, maybe. But I'm going to go with the 3. I like Christophe Clement. As I mentioned at the top, he is the best trainer at the distance, and it's by a pretty wide margin for sure. And then I'm going to go with Irad as the best jockey at the distance that's in here. The 4 horse had a chance to break its maiden, ran a kind of even race, so I'm going to put it third. And then it's a toss-up between the 6 and the 9 for me, Terry. I kind of like what you pointed out about that 9. So I'm going to put the 9 there instead of the 6. I'm going to go 3, 2, 4, and 9. And then I'm going to watch the 6 horse win, right?
That could happen. That's usually what happens when you change your mind.
Always at the last minute, those last-minute mind changers. But they'll do that to you. They're ticket burners for sure, Terry.
They are.
We'll find out if it burns my ticket when it goes official. Hopefully, Terry, one of our picks is in the winner's circle. We'll find out when it's official.
All right. We'll see you then.
Terry, I forgot to put you in there, my friend. You're not clicking in. There you are. I don't know. Do I laugh or do I cry? Where do I start?
Well, exactly what you said was going to happen happened. So I think you should laugh about it.
I did. I was laughing about it because as soon as I saw the 6 coming up, I didn't even need to look at the photo.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he's going to win. So, and the funny thing is, if I had not taken him out, that's a lesson. That is a valuable lesson live on the spot. Don't change your ticket for nothing.
No.
Trust your initial instinct. But that was my 4th pick. And when that 9 was way out there like that, I was like, well, maybe it was not a bad, maybe I stole one for once, but no, never works out that way, Terry. No change goes unpunished to steal from a line. Although that was a nice trifecta.
It was, and I got that if you took my 4 horses and boxed them.
Mm-hmm.
So I got the trifecta and well, if you boxed them for the exacta, you get that too.
Mm-hmm.
And they actually paid pretty decent. The exacta paid $33.75. Trifecta for 50 cents paid $60.37. So
it's so unfortunate that I changed mine at the last minute. We would have both had them, Terry. But that's such right. I won't make that mistake again today, Terry. I'll be very disciplined. I'll poke myself with a sharp object if I decide to go ahead and make a change today to remind myself, you don't do that, Richard. You don't change your ticket at the last minute for sure. So race number 3, Terry, is 1 mile back on the main track. We saw in the first race that the closer came off and won. Yeah, Lolo says, yeah, we should cry. Absolutely. We should laugh and cry. Like, one of those like hysterical moments where you're not quite sure if the person's laughing or losing it. That's kind of where I wanted to be, right?
Yeah.
You should have listened to me on the 6. As soon as I said I'm taking it off, it's going to win. It's an absolute L, and that's not loser. That's lock, right, Terry?
That's right.
So when I take the horse off, it's a lock. And when Terry says toss, it's a lock. Those are the 2 rules that have kind of worked their way through this show. All right, Terry, we'll be back 10 minutes to post for race 3 again, 1 mile on the main track. We'll take a look at which jockeys do the best, which kind of horses run and win well at a mile, whether it's speed, whether it's closers, which post positions. We'll take a look at which horses will get out the gates early, which ones will be charging late. And then, of course, Terry and I will run down every horse and make our picks. And whichever one I toss out at the very end is the one you're going to want to single.
All right. Sounds good. We'll see you then.
We'll see you absolutely 10 minutes to post.
All righty.
So we go to race number 3, Terry, 1 mile on the main track. It's one big, well, they run down the backstretch. You can see here, a big long run down the backstretch and that big sweeping turn. And then they come home. And surprisingly, despite the fact, maybe because it's just a one-turn big long mile at Belmont, surprisingly, speed holds up fairly well. I mean, it didn't end that first race at 6.5 furlongs. So we'll see if it holds up. But the last 50 or so races at Belmont in the last couple of meets on a fast track at a mile, about a third of the horses went wire to wire, which I found to be kind of astounding. Within the first 3 at the quarter pole, almost 60% hit. Looking at the post, the inside 3 posts won the majority. They won about 55, 56% of those races. And looking at the jockeys, Jose Lezcayano had a really big, strong year at this. I don't know if he's at Belmont right now, but Manny Franco for sure is. He's right up there next. Dylan Davis, Junior Alvarado, his name popped up on there. You don't see him at a lot of distances. And then, of course, Irad. Those are the horses. Those are the jockeys that have done very well. As far as trainers, none really stood out. A couple have 2, a couple have 3, but there's not like a trainer that seems to specialize at 1 mile on the dirt. Let's take a quick look at how they might come out of the gates and how they might race towards the wire, Terry. Right out of the gate, number 4, Aero Cavalry should be the fastest. He and Raffinity, they're pretty quick, the 2 of them. And then the 6 and the 2 Targeted Return, as well as Horseshoe Falls. Those 4 horses will be amongst the fastest early. I think the leader will come from that group. And then on the way home, you have April Antics, Amity Island, Suspended Campaign. There's a lot of that late pace that's kind of bunched up at the top between the 1, the 8, and the 7. Then it's a pretty sizable gap back to number 3, Electric Youth. All right, Terry, it's time to take a look at the different horses and see which ones we like. So let's start with number 1, April Antics. What do you like about April Antics?
Well, I like to finish 2 out of 4 times in the money at Belmont this year, winning one of those races and drop some class today. So that not too bad.
Mm-hmm. No, not so bad at all. And like every other horse in this field, it's dropping in terms of purse. So it's not a different. But you also look at the horse in the history does have some of the fastest opening fractions. Some of these horses can produce coming off of a little bit of a layoff. But the horses' workouts since have not been all that fantastic. Targeted Return, Tyler Gaffalione, Chad Brown. Chad Brown is kind of hard to bet against Chad Brown in New York. It's off to a little bit of a slow start. Horses coming in from Saratoga, been training at Monmouth. What do you think?
Yeah, actually broke in at the start last time and hit the gate, which kind of hurt its chances a little bit. Mm-hmm. Whenever the trainer takes a horse from a sprint to a route, wins 31% of the time. So probably going to improve on going a route. And again, he drops in class like the rest. So
yeah. And then you got Chad Brown does very well going from a sprint to a route. The Electric Youth, this is the favorite, I think, right now, Terry. Horse is making, I don't know, like it's a 9th start without a break. I saw a little bit of regression early and a little bit of regression late. There is a bulge in the middle. That's like the anti-Z pattern. I'd rather see out of the gate fast, a little lull in the middle, and then a good, strong late kick. I'm not sure if I'm going to put the 3 as my favorite.
Yeah, I agree with you. He seems to like the dirt better than the turf, though. And Jockey Louis says in the last 7 days have won 6 out of 23 races.
Yeah, he had a fantastic meet at Saratoga. I think he won the title there, right?
Yes.
Number 4, Air Cavalry will get out of the gate fast. As I mentioned, he does look like he's going to perhaps be the pace setter. Does have the fastest opening fractions produced by any horse in this field, Terry. Kendrick Camus, good up on the lead, 1 for 1 at Belmont. A real nice race back here where he ran his best speed figure ever. Won by 9 3/4 to break his maiden. Is he a horse for the course?
Yeah, he's hard to pick for me. He did go 3 or 4 wide in the turn, and 6 wide coming into the stretch, but he drops in classic today. But other than that, he just had the 1 win at Belmont.
Number 5, Raffinity, is another horse that should be up near the pace, Terry. Does own the highest speed figure attained at Belmont. Manny Franco, as I mentioned, is the top jockey at the distance. Do you think Manny can add to his record?
Yeah, I like this horse. It's finished 4 times out of 6 in the money. winning one of those races and can improve returning to a route. As you said, the best dirt speed is fastest among today's starters. So
Number 6 is Horseshoe Falls, Terry. This is a horse that kind of like that 9 horse reminds me in the last race. Showed some early giddy up and then decided it didn't want to run anymore. Again, it's dropping in class as well. I'm wondering if coming to Belmont with Wilmer Garcia, quite frankly, haven't heard much of Wilmer Garcia before. So we'll see how he rides this horse.
yeah, and he's coming from Monmouth again. So we're going to see if that had a big effect on it with using the crop this time. So
Number 7 is Suspended Campaign. Horse has run 4 times at Belmont, has 3 thirds in 4 races, did get the highest last race speed figure, Terry. What do you think about the 7's chance to build on that number?
well, anytime the trainer puts blinkers back on, he wins 28% of the time, and he was bumped at the start of the last race. So he has a little bit of an excuse there.
Yeah, and I did see some internal improvement in its numbers. Just kind of faded a little bit on the back end. So maybe if he improves on the late kick, goes back to form there, a little bit of back class, then maybe he can get it done. Number 8 is Amity Island. Eric cancels in the irons. Second start off a layoff, coming in from Finger Lakes, but did run at Belmont and Aqueduct in Belmont before. So I'm not too concerned about the small track, big track angle there.
Yeah, he's finished in the money 4 out of 4 times this year, winning one of those races. He'll be closing from really, really deep.
Think about this horse too, Terry. It's making its second start off the break. The only other 2-race cycle that the horse had in its short 6-race career had an enormous jump in its speed figure. In fact, posted its best speed figure ever. So if you see a similar bump in its only other second 2-race cycle, maybe the horse has a chance. So that rounds out the field, Terry. Any horse in here, or, well, as always, it's time for you to tell me, is any one horse to you that stands out in here, or do you kind of feel like it's an open race?
Well, it's pretty open, but I do like the 8. And so the 8's my first pick, the 2's my second, 5 third, and the 7th is the 4th pick.
So one more time, 8, 5.
8, 2.
8, 2.
5, 8, 2, 5, 7.
8, 2, 5, 7. Yeah, they're having a hard time multitasking right now, Terry. I'm a caveman, my friend. I can only do one thing at a time. Let's see. Yeah, Lola thinks that's funny that I'm a caveman, huh? Yeah. All right, so let's talk a little bit about what I like, Terry. This is a tough race for me. I figure I like the 7 on top, and then I also do like the 8, and then I'm really torn between the 3, the 5, and the 4. The 3, as I mentioned, is the favorite, so there's something that the folks like at the track. So I'm gonna put the 3 in there. I'm gonna trust the money. It was my 3rd pick anyway, so it comes down to the 5 or the 4 for me, Terry. I'm gonna go ahead and stick. I'm not gonna change my bet again. I promised I would be so poke with the sharp object. I promised I would stick to my discipline. So I'm gonna go ahead and go with the 5. And I'm going to seriously regret it when the 4 jumps to the lead and wins this thing. And then if there's a long shot in play here, folks, for me, it's the longest shot on the board. But maybe the 6 showed enough internal improvement last time to kind of maybe be a price value, if you will. But I'm not playing it, but something to keep an eye on is maybe an upsetter.
Could be.
We'll find out how they go official, Terry, when the race is official and they line up at the finish line. Hopefully the 7 horse, Terry, or the 8, but mostly the 7 finds its way into the winner's circle.
All right.
We'll know when it's official.
We sure will. We'll see you then.
See you then. Well, we got to like when that happens, Terry.
Yep.
When our picks go 1-2 and make for the exacta, one of us
Yep.
had the winner. And then you're 8-2, cleaned up the trifecta. But my 5 horse that I left at the end cleaned up the superfecta. So we were all over that race and how it would play out.
Yeah, and I actually think, didn't I hit the superfecta with mine?
7, 8. Let's see. Yes, you did. You had the 7, 8, 2, and 5. You did have the
Yep.
superfecta in your 4 picks, Terry, for sure.
So between me and you, we had the exacta, trifecta, and superfecta.
Yes, indeed. The only one that I had in there was the 3 horse, the favorite, and probably shouldn't have had him in there because I was contemplating tossing him out. But honestly, if I had tossed him out, I wasn't going to replace him with the 2 horse. The next horse up in line for me would have been the 4 horse, as I mentioned. So that would not have been the case at all. So that was it. That'll work out. What did that exacta, trifecta, superfecta pay?
Okay, well, the exacta paid $20.30 for a buck.
That's not bad for the top 2 picks. No, I'll take that.
Yeah, and the trifecta paid $45.62. The superfecta for 10 cents paid $42.40, and the pick 3, a dollar pick 3, paid $234.75, which wouldn't have been really hard to get using our picks,
No, it'd have been pretty easy so far. Yeah, I would agree with you on that. The only thing would have been that 6 horse. Well, when that would have been a tough one for sure. But plus, we're not giving our picks out in advance, so nobody knew we were going to take the 6 horse
That's
or the
true,
7 horse
true.
there.
Yeah,
because we're going race by race. Maybe in the future that's something we should do, Terry. Maybe we should put out some pick 3 ideas and some doubles and stuff like that.
I think we should too. Yeah, because I felt like the second leg was pretty wide open, and actually the 6 was my 4th pick. So, with a wide open race, playing the pick 3, you'd probably throw in all 4 horses. So.
I would have guessed if we had done the fly 4, the 6 would have made it in there for sure.
I'm sure.
One note that I do see that I'm going to use, and I'm going to adjust a little bit of my handicapping as the day goes on. It's pretty clear to me that the track is not favoring speed today on the dirt.
No.
So in the next race, guaranteed, the horse is going to go wire to wire, of course, Terry, right?
Yeah.
It won't be the next race, though, because that's on the turf. It's 1 mile and a 16th. It's the Miss Grillo Stakes. So the first of the stakes races gets going coming up in a few minutes for race number 4. Once again, we'll take a look at how the pace usually plays out. I think it might be a closer's day today, though, Terry. We'll see which jockeys are the best at 1 mile and a 16th, which trainers are the best, what the early pace figures, late pace figures look like. And then, of course, Terry and I will run down the horses, and then we'll make our picks. And so far, we've been on the first 3. Hopefully, we can be on every race today.
Be nice.
So. Absolutely. Well, we'll find out what we think, what we like, and how it might play out. 10 minutes to post.
See you then.
All right, so next. This is pace. Post. Here, post position 8 of 1, 8 of 57, so not that many. 1 through 3. 21 of 57, 21 of 57. So that means 36 of 57. So off the base. Closers, stalkers. So calculator, clear. 36 divided by 57 equals 63%. Jockeys. Jockey A to Z. Irad Jr. Castellano. He's not out there. So we have Irad, Alvarado, Castellano. Irad, Alvarado, and then Castellano, Jockey, and then Trainer. Trainer, Chad Brown, Chris Clement, Brown Clement, and that's that. Just dominated. Rank, sort, erase. What are you doing, baby? What's my baby doing? What is my baby doing? What are you doing? Who is my baby, huh? Who is my baby? Early pace, pace. This is 1/16 miles. 1 mile dirt. Early pace is 2 by himself. 2 and then wee, and then 1, 3, and then 6, 4, and 5. Late pace. Charlie O is going to get out by himself. I think he's going to get out by himself enough to be dangerous on the dance floor. Delete. Paste. Charlie O. Rank. Sort by late pace. 6, 1, 4, 2, 3, and 5. Yeah, he's for the Eagles though is coming in from copy, paste, file, save. I don't really need to do these other things in here, right? No, I don't. Place one pace. I don't have them ranked. Stupid. Just fucking stupid. Belmont, race 3, race 4. I have rank 6, 5, 2, and 4. I worry about this one horse though there. I tell you what, there was a big bet on the horse right out of the gate. Should have taken Michigan. I have Michigan, Tennessee, Temple. The only fucking game I took that's going to not be right? That's some bullshit there, I'll tell you that. That would be some straight bullshit. Yeah, you trigger your map. One minute left. That just went by fast. Race 4, the 6, and then the 5. Okay, so 31.57 is what? And we go off, Terry, too. Well, we are going to do live analysis, and it is 10 minutes to post. And let me remove that. All right, so let's talk a little bit about the Miss Grullo Stakes, Terry. It is a mile and a 16th on the inner turf, a purse of $200,000 for 2-year-old fillies that can make anything happen with 2-year-olds, right?
That's right. You never know with those 2-year-olds.
You never know what those 2-year-olds are going to do. So let's talk about what they have done. No, not necessarily 2-year-olds, but what other horses have done. I look back at about the last 50 or so horse races on the inner turf at a mile and a 16th on a firm course, and found that a little bit close, about 55% of the winners, Terry, were in the first 3 at the quarter pole. So kind of a little bit surprising that speed held up there a little bit. On the way, as far as posts are concerned, most of the winners, Terry, about 57%, 60% of the winners wore a number 4 or higher. So I would look for maybe the 4-horse, 5, and 6-horse. It's only a 6-horse field, so that's half the field, right?
Yeah.
As far as jockeys are concerned, you have Irad, Junior Alvarado, Javier Castellano. Those have been the best jockeys at the distance. Joel Rosario and as well as Johnny V have done well, but I think around on the West Coast today. And then as far as trainers are concerned, Terry, there's 2 trainers who just dominated this distance. You could probably guess one in Chad Brown, but the other one, and I've noticed this anecdotally, Christophe Clement seems to do very well with horses on these inner turf courses. So look for horses that have a lot of Christopher Clement training in them at these New York tracks on the inner turf. As far as the pace is concerned, well, it helps if I open that up. Looks like Charlie O, Terry, could get off to I think Charlie O has a chance to get loose on the lead. And if he does, could be scary if the fractions aren't all that fast. On the way home, the heavy favorite, McCulloch, if that's how you pronounce it, will be the one that's charging the hardest late with Sail By. One quick note on Sail By too, Terry, before we move on to the horses. There was it looks like a lot of the early money came in on Sail By, which sometimes scares me when I don't have that horse.
Yeah, that's true. I've had that happen, and 9 times out of 10, though, when I include it, doesn't do anything. So
it doesn't do nothing for you. All right, well, let's not include them then. All right, so what do you think about Sail By?
Oh, let's see. Sail By can either lead or close from off the pace, which I like. I like that,
versatility.
Huh? Yeah, I like the angle. It's something that's really, really good to me. And it had just average workouts. Could improve by going a longer distance.
That debut number, and it has Junior Alvarado in the irons, as I mentioned that he's one of the better jockeys at the distance. That debut was on 6 furlongs at the inner turf. A little bit different because you don't have that little quirky turn to the left. And as I mentioned, I think the outside posts might have an advantage because they come out of that chute and they kind of take a hard left. Charlie O, as I mentioned, this is the horse, Terry, that's going to get to the lead. The only race it had at Belmont, got to the lead, stayed on the lead with Manny Franco. Manny Franco likes to be on the front. I've seen him do very well with turf horses on the front. Didn't like the yielding turf, gets a fast track again today. Can he get to the lead and keep the lead?
Well, the trainer's 30% win when he goes from a sprint to a route, and he may improve at the longer distance. I've got a feeling, though, that this might be just a tad too long for him to lead all the way.
Probably will be. I would think that's the case. But there was some pretty significant internal improvement in that last race, but it's been off for a little while. So Hail 2 is the 3-horse, Terry. Hail to whom, I don't know. Last time ran a mile and a 16th at this distance on the Saratoga inner turf. closed well and probably will be one of the fastest comers late.
Yeah, that's true. He's actually out of Kitten's Joy, which is a sire that I like. And like you said, he won his last race at Saratoga, won it by 3/4 of a length. So got a chance to repeat here.
Yeah, he broke his maiden at the highest, it looks like at the highest level for many of these horses at $100,000. So Kinchin, the 4-horse, was actually favored over the 3-horse Hail 2 in the last and finished second by 3/4 of a length. Got off to a really slow start, had a little bit of trouble, and then rallied hard. I think you're going to see this is another one that's coming on at the end, Terry.
Yeah, and the trainer wins 40% of the time when it's a second route race. So we'll see what happens there. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Chad Brown definitely, as I mentioned, is one of the better trainers at this distance. So second career grass race, second career race period. Chad Brown's numbers are pretty solid. Number 5 is Philly Eagles. I'm a Cowboys fan. Can't stand the Philly Eagles. But anyway, well, looking at Philly Eagles, lone race was over in Doncaster in Great Britain or England. And its class rating for that race was as strong as the class rating of any horse in this field. It did win. It came from the middle of the pack and rallied. I think you'll see a pretty good race because many times, and the track there was good, which I like to see. It's firm today. A lot of times horses come off those soft surfaces over there, hit the fast and firm footing here, and that just supercharges their turbo engines at the end.
Yeah, that's true. Although it's had subpar workouts as far as I'm concerned, it's not. They've been kind of below average, actually. So
yeah, well, you may not like the track that much, but it was training at Belmont on the inner turf, so we'll see. McCluckett, that is the favorite, was 1-1 morning line. Odd Rad RT's Chad Brown. Chad Brown, as I mentioned, is one of the top trainers at the distance. Obviously, I Ride RT's was the less than even money favorite last time. Did break its maiden at the $100,000 level. Are you going to try to beat him, Terry?
no, it's going to be hard to beat. I think it has the best turf speed among today's starters. Has the highest last race speed, and like you said, won her debut at Saratoga on the turf. So no, I think it's going to be hard to beat her.
Yeah, I agree with you. So how are you going to rank them after the 6, Terry?
Okay, 6, 4, then the 1 with the 5.
6, 4, 1, and 5 for Terry. I'm going to go a little bit different. We have obviously we both agree upon the 6. I think the 5, Philly Eagles. I like that good run over there on the solid turf over there in England, followed up by the 2. I think the 2 does get a chance to run some pretty good fractions that'll be favorable. Maybe won't be able to run the mile in the 16th to first, but could get a big enough lead to kind of fade into third. And then I'm going to wrap it up with the 4. So I'm going 6, 5, 2, and 4. Terry, I fully expect we'll both see the 6 in the winner's circle.
All right. Well, we'll see you then.
We'll find out when it's official. That's twice now, Mr. Terry, that I've made a comment that I should have followed up on. I mentioned that one horse sale by was taking in a lot of money early on, and then the odds went up. So somebody made a big bet early on that one horse.
Oh, yeah.
And
Absolutely.
then somebody knew something. And usually I think those are the people at the track because they've got work to do. And once they go make their bet right away, or they bet early before the day starts. But in any case, you had those three horses in your top three, as a matter of fact.
I hit the superfecta too.
You had the superfecta too. What did that pay?
Let's see. The superfecta paid $37.35 for 10 cents, and the trifecta paid $38.50, and the exacta paid $44.25.
44. Unfortunately, though, neither one of us had the one horse on top. That's something to keep an eye on, folks. When you're just sitting around watching and you see like right when they flip from one race to the next on the odds board, and you see a horse that right from the get-go gets just, you see maybe 5-6 to 1, and boom, he's like 4 to 5 or 2 to 1 or something like that in the first couple of ticks. That almost always tells me somebody at the track knows something and put some big money on that horse. And whoever put some big money on that one horse at 12 to 1 that it finally went off at, they're pretty happy about that right about now.
Yeah, I actually liked it as my third pick. I liked that she could lead or come off the pace. So that was a pretty cool race.
Pretty cool for the people who had the one. They were certainly happy about that. The 6 horse did not fire the way people thought. I thought the 2 horse, when they really slowed down those fractions in the second half, maybe had a chance, but maybe that horse is probably, Terry, it looks to me like a 6 furlong or maybe 7 furlong maximum mile horse. So maybe they can get that horse in a sprint and it'll do fairly well from there, Mr. Charlie O. The next one is a mile and a 16th again, but that one's on dirt. As we mentioned early on, and we've noticed that dirt's been favoring closers, Terry. So maybe adjust our picks a little bit to reflect that. And then we'll talk again about what kind of horse has won in the past at a mile and a 16th on the dirt, which jockeys have done well, which trainers have done well. We'll talk about the pace, and then we'll make our picks and see if we can make it 5 races in a row where at least one of us has the exacta, trifecta, or superfecta.
Sounds good to me.
Yep. We'll see you 10 minutes to post to race el número 5. See you.
All right. See ya.
We forget to change the banners, Terry, because Rich is reading and trying to multitask. I'm looking at Omar Scott's comments. He likes the number 3 here. It looks like to me in race number 5. It's an optional claiming non-winners of 2 mile and a 16th on the main track. What happening?
You're playing something else before.
No, I don't know. There must be a delay on your end, Terry.
Okay, now it stopped.
Yeah, I don't know what you're hearing there, but it's something there's some delay in there, I guess. But anyway, Omar Scott likes the 3 horse. It's a mile and a 16th, as I mentioned, a mile and a 16th on the main track. If we look at it, the horse that's got the lead has won, again, on a fast track going backwards. So not today. But going backwards, about 33% of the horses won that got to the lead. Another 54% roughly were first, second, or third. So speed was favored early on at the distance. Not today, though. It looks like closers are the ones today. As far as winning posts are concerned, 3 through 6 have won close to 70% of the races. The 1 and the 2 have struggled. So maybe you want to look to the outside there, Terry, or the middle out in this. I think it's a 6-horse field anyway, or 7-horse field.
7-horse, yeah.
Yeah, 7-horse field. So we'll look to see what horses we like on the inside and out. We'll talk about all of them. As far as jockeys are concerned, it's a lot of them have done okay, but the best are Luis Saez, Dylan Davis, Irad, and Jose Ortiz are the jockeys that you want to be looking at. If we take a look at the pace on this race, how it might play out, Terry, the number 6, Let Me Know, could get to the lead with Vindictive and Limonite and Latimo and You're to Blame could have the best late kick on the way home. So we'll see if that's indeed how they bust out of the gate. But as I mentioned, closers have done fairly well. There's really not a whole lot of difference between the top 4 closers in terms of what their pace numbers are. Looking at the field, Terry, we'll start with number 1, Backside of the Moon. It's a horse that's making its 3rd time off the start, that classic handicapping angle. Will that be enough?
No, I don't think so. He has 19%. The trainer wins 19% of the dirt starts. And this horse can improve with a shorter distance, has the highest speed figure at today's distance. But I don't know. I think it's one of the early pace horses. I think it'll be close to the lead. It brushed the gate on the last race. So,
well, it's 0 for 16 at Belmont. That has hit the board in 6 of 16 at Belmont. 3 consecutive speed figure increases, even if you tossed out that one really bad one, which was a mile at Belmont. So, but outside of that, maybe 3rd time off a layoff. Last time the horse 3rd time off a layoff actually was the lowest of the 3. Number 2 is First Constitution, making its 2nd trip across an American track after starting its career down in Chile, where it dominated, but it got dominated in race number 1 here, even though it got bet a little bit. So maybe with Luis Saez, as I mentioned, the top jock at the distance in the irons, race number 2 is an improvement.
It could be, and of course, Todd Pletcher trains the horse. It had a decent workout September 25th, 5 furlongs at 101 and change, breezing 3rd best out of 11. So that might give you a little indication that first race was not a true look at that horse.
Yeah, maybe not a good indication of what that horse is really capable of.
Right.
Number 3 is You're to Blame. I hear that around my house way too frequently.
Yeah, he likes the distance on the track. He has the highest last race speed rating, and the trainer wins 18% of the time when he goes for routes. He finished 3rd in his last race, and he had the highest speed figure at today's distance.
I mentioned Dylan Davis is one of the jockeys that have done well here, and I did say most of the trainers. It's pretty competitive amongst the training group as to which ones will do well here, but it does look like maybe for trainer Orlando Noda, this might be one of his better distances. And as you mentioned, Terry did put in the top last race speed figure, so got a good trainer jockey combo in terms of the success that they've had at this distance individually. But they've yet to hit in 7 so far together at the Belmont meet. Gustavo Rodriguez and Kendrick Camus are teaming up on Limonite. the 4-horse. This is a horse that showed some improvement in the early part of the race, but regressed in the last part of the race. It is making its third start off a layoff. The last time it hit a third start off a layoff was the best of 3.
Yeah, and really likes this distance. It's been 7 out of 8 in the money at this distance, winning 3 of those races. So
Number 5 is Vindictive. Won 2 in a row, Terry. Third time off a layoff. It debuted at Belmont and did not run a number anywhere near the number it put up at Saratoga. Oddly, Saez wrote it, and then Irad came on. Irad stays in, so maybe Irad read the horse a little bit differently.
could be Todd Fletcher and Irad Ortiz in the last 14 days with 8 mounts have won 5 of those. So it's a good indication they've been doing pretty well.
And overall, the two have won together at about 35%. Actually, for bettors, considering Todd Pletcher, top trainer, and Irad, top jockey, the two of them have delivered a slightly positive ROI, which it's hard to get when you're talking about top jockeys and top trainers duoing together. Number 7 is Let Me Know. As I mentioned, Let Me Know should have some of the best early pace, does own the fastest quarter fraction out of any horse in this field, Terry. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, he's going to go to the front to start with. And the only horse that might go there with him is the number 1. But I think he can either lead or close from off the pace, and he drops in class today. So,
indeed, it looks to me like kind of an all or nothing horse, either wins or kind of finishes out of the money. So if he gets off to a good start, you'll know he has a chance. If he doesn't break sharply. But Jose is usually really good at getting horses out of the gate. So I would expect a pretty good break for the 6, Let Me Know. Number 7 is Air Attack. It's a horse that is making its first start since August the 7th. Workouts were modest the last time out, but the one before that on September of the 14th was the fastest of only 4. So I wouldn't put too much weight into it.
yeah, and he was bumped last race, which caused him to start really slow. So you might want to throw that race out. And he has won 25% of his career races.
And he also owns the top pedigree for the distance and surface, Terry. So that perhaps can work to his advantage if he lives up to that breeding. What do you like in terms of your selections here?
I like the number 5 with the number 3, the number 4. And then I had a problem between the 1 and the 7, and I'm going to take the 1.
5, 3, 4, and 1, right? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Same numbers, just jumbled up a little bit, both in the front and the back. We kind of reversed our first 2 and reversed our last 2. So I'm going 3, 5, 1, 4. Terry's going 5, 3, 4, 1. Hopefully they'll line up in some order like that when they hit the finish line, Terry. We'll find out when it's official.
That's right. We'll see you in the winner's circle.
See you 10 minutes. We'll see you when the race is over. We'll see you when it's official.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Confused myself there, Terry. There you go, Terry. 3, 1, and 2 with a nice little first pick and third pick combined for a nice little $34 exacta, $11 to win on that horse.
Yeah.
And we talked about that Dylan Davis being one of the better jockeys at that distance.
That's right.
And then we also talked about the trainer in that spot as well. So that worked out pretty well for that 3-horse. And again, Terry, I think the thing that's standing out to me today at Belmont is a lot of times these tracks for these important days, like the Woodward, are souped up and generally benefit speed. That is not the case today. Those horses are running into a wall up on the front as they're heading towards the wire.
Yep, they sure are.
So yeah, we noted that on the first couple races. So important in your handicapping going forward to keep an eye on horses that might have the strongest closing kick. And again, Omar Scott, who had me a little bit kind of disoriented at the start of the last race.
Yeah.
He and I were on the 3, and it came in nicely. So we're happy about that.
Yeah, the 3 looked pretty good. He, of course, was my second pick. So
it was interesting to me too, Terry, that he had to go. He was like inside. And then he had to let all the other horses clear to go back. He wanted to take the farthest lane, Dylan Davis, to get up in too. So
yeah, and that too actually showed that last race was not typical of what he can run. He ran a really good race, and he had quite a bit of trouble on that race. So
indeed, so the 2 should be 1B on the lookout. Backside of the Moon, I felt like I ran a pretty good race there too.
Yep.
Race number 6 is another one full of first-time starters. It's we're going back to 7 furlongs on the turf, a distance that we talked about a little bit already today. So we'll rehash some of that, and then of course we'll talk about the horses we like. We won't really go over pace, which horses have early pace, late pace, because a lot of them are first time starters, and it's not there's too many first time starters to really go ahead and make an assessment over where the horses will be. But Terry and I will tell you what we like, don't like about every horse. Then we'll make our picks and see if we can make it. We're going to race number 6 now, right?
Number 6, yes.
6 consecutive races. And what's been seemingly happening to me, Terry, is like we're taking turns. Yes. I'm winning all the odd number races. You're winning all the even number races. So guess what that means?
It means that I'm going to win the next one.
Absolutely, for sure. All right, Terry, we'll find out what you like, what I like, and then we'll find out how we rank them in 10 minutes to post to race number 6.
Sounds good to me.
Absolutely. See you then.
Okay, bye.
I'm glad it's your turn, Terry, to pick because I'm this race to me is just it's a wide open affair, 7 furlongs, made in $90,000, made in special weight race.
Yeah.
And 7 furlongs. And we talked about this before, but just to kind of rehash those numbers, the horse that's got out to the lead has won a little bit, about 15%. The first 3 to the pole have won a little bit closer to 54, 55%. And again, this is at about the last 50 races or so at the distance on a firm surface. Looks to me like the post 4 and out have the advantage, winning in excess of 55%. Jockey, Irad Ortiz, is probably the best jockey in the field at the distance. One interesting thing to note, though, is he is on the morning line favorite, the 7 horse, but the bettors are running away from the 7 right now. He was 5-2 in the morning line, and right now he's 6-1. And so it's kind of uncommon to see Irad Ortiz and Chad Brown money chase away from that combination and not to it. Although Chad Brown and Christophe Clement are the best trainers at the distance. So you got one of the best trainers, one of the best jockeys, and people aren't betting it. That makes me a little nervous.
Yeah, it's funny, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So
let's take a look at the field. Terry, the first horse is Magic Light, has the top pedigree for the distance and surface. Terry has some workouts there's that bullet and go that I like on that one horse.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, I really like that workout. 35-3, breezing, best of 8, and Santana is on there. So I think that horse has got a pretty good chance in this race.
He's live, Terry says, at a nice price. All right, so the 2 horse is Baby It's Gold Outside, and I'll be honest with you, I would much rather it be gold outside than cold outside. I'm not a big fan of the cold, but I'm not opposed to some gold. How about you?
Yeah, well, she did a even race in her last race, which was her first, of course, and she's got a pretty darn good workout. 48.4 was 24 out of 50, but 48.4 for 4 furlongs is pretty nice.
Yeah, and Kendrick is a jockey who likes to get to the front. This horse was 45-1, 46-1 last time out. They really weren't too happy to bet on that horse, so I don't think I'll be all that happy to bet on that horse today either. Mischievous Kiss. I wonder if related to Mischievous Alex, I would guess. Yeah. This horse is Belmont Junior Alvarado. Last time out was bet decently, put some good internal early pace numbers up, put some decent late pace numbers up, chased the rest of the field, was kind of wide. Maybe a little inside trip today makes the difference, Terry.
Yeah, I like this horse. I really liked that last race. It did a really good job closing for 3rd and only getting beat at a length and a quarter after going three wide. So, the workout, last workout is a kind of an average workout, but the one before that was a really good bullet workout. 4 furlongs, 47-1, best out of 21, and he's got the best turf speed, is the fastest among today's starters.
Yes, indeed. Horse did have, I think of all the ones that had a race already, perhaps the best first race. Number 4 is No Labels, jockey Jose Ortiz, fan of the show. He's going to first-time starter. As I mentioned, Christophe Clement, he likes to win with these 2-year-olds, which is kind of difficult. So this is a horse that maybe one might want to look at.
It might be because he wins 24% of the time with the 2-year-olds. Anyway, the trainer does. And the breeding does suggest that this horse will like the grass.
Yeah, and they've paid $150,000 for this horse, so not a cheapie either, Terry. So that's interesting to me as well. Another Christophe Clement horse is the 5 horse of Puglia with Dylan Davis coming off 2 wins, I think, already today. So he's kind of hot today. Maybe another one that might like the dirt. I mean, the turf. I'm trying to say dirt and surface at the same time. It was going to come out Durfus, but surface.
Might like the surface, yeah. Well, this jockey trainer combination, Dylan Davis and Clement, have in the last 14 days, 3 mounts. They won 2 and ran second in one of them. And this horse has a really nice sharp workout on the 25th of September. 48.3 breezing, was 15th out of 50.
Hype House, he ran very good last time. Closed well, so I think maybe the added distance can make a difference. Gets Tyler Gaffleone with Claude McGahee. The horse did have a really nice workout on September 24th down at Churchill Downs. So if he could take that training form to the track today, could be the horse to beat.
Could be, and this horse drops in class, and was really wide in the last race. Broke slow, 10 lengths behind, and closed only getting beat by 4. So this horse, like I said, looks pretty good. He drops in class.
Number 7 is Long Ridge Fell. It's the most expensive horse in the field at $400,000. Some horses out of Ireland and England and Great Britain, those horses usually like to close. It's interesting to me that Brown and Ortiz aren't getting any love from the bettors. So should we not give him any love either?
Well, I don't have him up high in my picks. I do have him as my 4th pick, but the workouts aren't all that great. Even though this horse is bred to suggest that she'll like grass, and they paid a lot of money for her. I would have liked to see a lot better workouts than I see here, and that might be why they're not betting on her very much.
Yeah, so maybe you're going to get value on a horse that you maybe not get value for. That might be the thinking. All right, number 8 is Missy Greer, a horse with Luis Saez, Danny Gargan, who I think is underappreciated, not unappreciated, but underappreciated trainer. Horse has a nice bunch of workouts coming into this race. It's coming down a little bit from 8-1 to 6-1.
Yeah, and of course, Saez have been really hot in the last 7 days. 23 mounts. He's had 6 wins, 3 seconds, and 3 thirds. So this horse breeding also suggested like grass, and had a bullet workout on the 15th of September, 47.3 breezing. Well, it was the best out of 16, and the workouts all along have been really well. So,
yes, I think I'm going to throw the word out there. I'm going to put the T word out there, Terry. You ready?
yeah.
Toss. Full court Felicia, the 9 horse, 32. So I'm going to secretly toss this one, and I'm going to run to the window and put a couple bucks on it.
Yeah. I'm not going to say that word, but I'm going to say that this horse have average works, and there's not much there for me to be concerned about.
Well, it did get to the lead. I mean, pressed the lead last time out. That was good. It pressed it from the outside. Has the best early pace numbers, but really struggled once the race got past 4 furlongs. This race is going to go even longer today. So I think much like that other 9 horse, probably gets to the lead and then kind of backs up from there, and all the others come running by. Time to make your picks, Terry.
Okay, I like the number 3 with the number 1, with the number 6, with the number 7.
3, 1, 6, 7 for Terry. You know, with the people running away from Brown and Ortiz, that pushes me off the 7 horse. So and it probably now wins, because this is one of those things like that 6 horse. I like the 3 horse with you too. Though I'm torn between it and the 6 horse, to be honest with you. I feel like the 6 horses run might have been better than the 3 horses run in their debut. And then the 8 and the 4. So I am going to switch it up, Terry. I'm not much. I'm just going to put the 6 on top of the 3 with the 8 and the 4. I worry about that 7 beating me for 4th, but we'll find out how it lines up when it goes official.
That sounds good to me
as well. Hopefully one of our picks is in the winner's circle.
Yeah, I hope so. Let's keep it going.
See you then.
Okay.
You know, Terry, I forgot the sharp object apparently
Yes,
because I go ahead and change it from the 3 to the 6 right at the very last second. And of course, we know what happens after that every single time.
that's right.
And
And of
then I
course,
also said to toss that 9 because I was going to put him in my pick there, and I should have listened to myself.
yeah, the 9 ran a really good race, and you were talking about it showing early speed, and it was a pretty versatile this time. Not only showed early speed, but actually fell back a little and then came on again at the end.
A little more tenacity in this race than
Yeah,
it showed
yeah.
before, for sure. Yeah, I hate what I'm curious why the universe works that way. Like when you make a change at the last second, why is it they never work to your advantage?
I have no idea. I mean, I've been trying to figure that out for over 60 years, so I don't know.
Don't you feel like just from a probability standpoint, half the time it should work to your benefit and half the time it should work against you?
Yeah, but it doesn't seem to work that way. So
No, it's 100% against you for sure.
yeah,
Yeah. So if you see somebody like me do something stupid again and change their pick at the very last minute, you can pretty much put a circle around that horse and say, you know what? That horse is going to run very well.
yeah, that's true. I
So
think
then
you're right.
the next race is back to, I think, a mile and his 16th on the inner turf, which we talked about a little bit before in that early stakes race, which was kind of different because in that race, speed did hold up. If you remember, the was the one horse, right? That
Yeah,
kind of rode co-pilot behind the 2 horse and then finished off the race. We'll see if the horses can do the same thing in race number 7. I think we're coming up on, right?
that's right. Yep.
All right, we'll see you 10 minutes to post, Terry, to talk about everything for race number 7.
All right. See you then.
Bye now.
Bye.
Race number 7, Terry, is a 1.16 miles on the inner turf. Allowance $50,000. As we spoke last time, the horse that got out to the second place, the horse that was the co-pilot, actually went ahead and won that race. So speed held up on the turf.
It did.
Mm-hmm. And historically, looking back at 1.16 miles on the inner turf with the fast, firm surface, speed does win its fair share, probably about 55% of the races, with most of those numbers coming from horses that wear a 4 or higher. Jockeys that do well are Irad Ortiz, Junior Alvarado, and then on the trainer side, of course, Chad Brown and Christophe Clement. Let's take a quick look at how they might break out of the gates to see who might be the fastest horse here, Terry. And this Hoopla horse, Terry, if it can carry its speed from dirt to turf, has a tremendous early pace advantage over the rest of the field. Could get out and maybe steal this one, and that highly concerns me because I don't necessarily have them on my picks. Close. On the way home, number 1, High Tide, Albie, Life on Top. Those horses should be coming the quickest. Let's talk a little bit about each horse, what we like, and then go ahead and make our picks. So number 1, High Tide. Terry, what do you got on High Tide?
Well, won 2 races in a row, now going for a hat trick. Won the last race at Saratoga, was over a mile, and then has the highest speed figure in today's distance.
Yes, indeed. And that horse also is one that, however, is stepping up in class pretty aggressively relative to the rest of the field. And number 2, Scotty, is this one a toss? Can we toss this one fairly or no?
Well, I don't see much there that I like, but I said that about the 9 in the last race, and look what the 9 did. So
yes, well, yeah, that's why I tossed him on purpose, Terry.
That's right.
So I'm tossing him again, Terry. This is an official toss, not a sarcastic toss. But then again, he could show some speed and do some work.
Well,
number 3, go ahead.
He did run a good third last race out, so
yeah, he did. Molino last time out kind of struggled a little bit after a very strong debut. Was the favorite. Maybe that bump at the beginning, cleaner trip. Is that the difference for the Molina?
I
or
think
Molino? I'm sorry.
That might have had some kind of a deal there, but he also broke in and lost his chance to do much. The trainer wins 27% of the time when he brings back a favorite. So.
Number 4 is Life on Top. Last time out, this horse ran a speed figure above par for this distance, for this level, and is now making its third start off a layoff, a traditional handicapping angle for there's that trainer, Chad Brown.
Yeah, ran second in the last race and has the best turf speed among today's starters.
Number 5 is Hillard. Horse does have some of the best early fractions in the field, so maybe shows a little bit of speed today. Second off a layoff after running on that funky Kentucky Downs, turning, twisting, uphill, downhill, and that was a yielding surface to boot. So I would expect improvement from Hillard.
Yeah, well, has dropped in class today and has a really good workout on September 26th. 47.2 breezing, best of 35.
Yeah, last time he ran for $750,000. I think that was a little bit of a maybe wishful thinking, but didn't run that badly. The number 6 is Fingal. What do you like about Fingal, if anything, Terry?
Well, he's won 2 out of the last 4 races. He switches to a high percentage jockey, drops in class today. Trainer, and then drops in class today. He was the trainer wins 23% of the time after a claim. So,
yes, Robertino Diodoro did tell us that when they claim horses, they definitely have a race in mind. Horse has done really well on a good track and on a sloppy track. Tells me he should like the turf, though. They started his career on the turf and didn't show much, so now they're going to bring him back to the turf. He does have 1 win on the turf, and if he repeats that win at Belmont, like he did, it was not on the inner track, though. It was on the outer track. If he can repeat that race, I think he has a crack in here. He was the favorite last out. Rudy Rodriguez does bounce back after he loses as a favorite. Number 7 is Albie. What do you like about Albie?
Yeah, well, he's been the favorite 2 races in a row, but did not succeed in winning. Ran second in one and third in the other. He has the best turf. His best turf speed is close to the average speed, And he has a really good jockey, Luis Saez, who in the last 7 days has won 6 out of 23 mounts.
Number 8, Land Biscuit. Terry, really strong rush last time out. I like that last closing kick there. Showed some improvement in the leg pace numbers, although regressed a little bit in the early part of the race. 3 consecutive speed figure increases. Can Land Biscuit and Jose Ortiz make it 4 consecutive increases?
I think he can. He's got Jose Ortiz in the irons. He finished 5 out of 6 in the money during his career, and he won one of those. I think he's got a great shot in here.
Number 9, Lord Flintshire is another horse that seems to have a little bit of a late pace. Unlike the 8 horse, the 9 horse improved across the board and then faded a little bit in terms of its little regression in the late pace figures. At the distance, a win 2/3. Maybe this is the horse to beat because the 9 has been all over the place today, Terry.
That's true, and he closed from deep just to miss. They're running second last time out. He's won. He's ran 3 out of 4 races in the money, and he's won one of those. And he likes the distance quite a bit.
For sure. Number 10 is Hoopla. As I mentioned, Terry, this is the horse that if it can get out on grass the way it got out on dirt the last couple of races. It did run on the Belmont inner turf, yielding. It did have the inside post last time, and I think outside is a little bit better than inside in this mile and a 16th. If it can make that same sprint out of the box, the 10 horse might prove to be the 2 horse of this race.
Yeah, you could be right there because the trainer wins 24% of the time after claim, second after a claim. And I was looking at the workouts on this horse. It has really good workouts. Not so much the last one was kind of average, but the ones before that, 3 or 4 workouts in a row were really good.
Time to make your picks, Terry. This is a wide open race. The 5 horse right now is the favorite at 9-2. Everybody's kind of evenly bunched. Hit this one and you're going to get paid. So unfortunately, it's my turn to hit it too. You get the short price, the short field. I get the big price, big field. But go ahead, Terry.
Okay, I like the 8 with the number 1, with the number 4, with the number 9.
8, 1, 4, and 9. What's funny is we like the last 3 horses are the same, the 1, the 9, the 4. But I have the 6 on top, Terry. I think he's going to run back to that race he did at Belmont. And I really want to put the 10 horse in there, Terry, because I feel like he's going to take it off and get to the front and have a chance to close this race out. We'll find out how they line up when it goes official. Terry, good luck with your bets. I certainly hope to see the 6 horse in the winner's circle.
All right.
We'll find out when it's official.
We sure will.
Well, Terry, not only missed the opening there, but I also missed the pick. The 3-horse, neither one of us had them, or
Nope.
the 5-horse. But
No.
the 1, the 4, and the 9, they came in right behind those.
And we did. We talked about that 3, even though it was 50-1 on the morning line, and talked about how it got in trouble last time. But this was a really wide open race as far as I'm concerned. That horse ran a really good race, so.
Yeah, he did. You know, that 10 got up there. I thought, well, maybe. And then the 6, I saw the 6 going kind of wide, and I thought, well, maybe the 6. But looked like the 6, it's kind of bumping off of some other horses there. And those other horses had a much cleaner trip, made it home, and was a wide open race. So the next race coming up, Terry, is the Champagne Stakes. Mm-hmm. It's a mile on the dirt. Well, it's only one turn for these youngsters. But this race has a lot of significance because A, it's a Breeders' Cup, winning you're into the Juvenile. B, it's a 10-pointer for the Kentucky Derby. And some names have come out of this race, I think, in the past and have done well. I think like Jackie's Warrior, I think, ran here maybe. Tis the Law. Just this is from the top of my head, so I hope I got that right.
Yeah.
But maybe we'll see. I think it is. Those are the horses that ran in this race. So I would expect that maybe the winner of this race you might see on Derby Day. So keep an eye on that.
I will, yeah.
A lot of good horses, Terry. We'll talk about the distance to surface, which horses we like, which ones will probably be near the front, which ones will be in the back. Closers have paid off on dirt so far today, Terry, and we'll see which ones we think will be coming the hardest at the end.
Yeah, and it's a pretty wide open race, I think, again. So, there's nobody going to be a hard favorite as far as I'm concerned. So.
Well, I think you got 4 horses that are competing for the win, and I think the other 2 are a little overmatched. But those 4 horses that are competing for the win, I think, are very evenly matched. And it'll be interesting to see where the money goes. We'll find out. Go ahead.
You'll probably be surprised when you hear what my first pick is.
Oh, so you're going to go with one of those 2 that's not on
there? Probably.
All right. Well, hopefully he comes in. It's your turn. Like I blew mine, so you got to get us back on track.
Okay.
All right, Terry. We'll see you 10 minutes to post.
All right. See you then.
Hanfi Turge has all sorts of emojis pulling for Luis Saez and the 2-horse here. Terry, it is the Champagne Stakes, as I mentioned. It is a Breeders' Cup juvenile race along with a Kentucky Derby points race. It's hard to believe we're already on the trail to the 2022 Kentucky Derby. Terry, they're running 1 mile on the main track, and we want typically to see speed, but today speed really hasn't held up. Prior to today, speed was winning at about 60%. And then when you look at the post numbers, typically you want a horse between 1, 2, and 3. Finally, the jockeys that have done really good are Manny Franco, Dylan Davis, Junior Alvarado, and Irad. Let's see how these really young 2-year-olds that are expected, a lot of them, are going to come out of the gates. Number 3, Jack Christopher is first, Gunite second, My Prankster followed on the way home. My Prankster, Command Performance, Jack Christopher, Wit. That's how they might run down the lane. Terry, let's take a look at the field and see who we like. Number 1 is Wit. What do you think about Wit?
Well, the trainer, first time in a route, wins 26% of those races. This horse ran second in the last race, and of course has a really good trainer-jockey combination. Irad Ortiz and Todd Pletcher. In the last 14 days, out of 8 starts, they've won 5 of those.
Yeah, that last race, though, that horse had just a god-awful start. So, I mean, if it doesn't fall down, it probably wins. The first 2 races that the horse ran was, it has troubles getting out of the gate, but the first 2 races, it still managed to run by everybody by 8 and 6 lengths. A clean start without falling over. It could be a contender.
Yeah.
Number 2 is My Prankster. You got to love these debuts. Luis Saez, as was mentioned already, came out, won its debut by 10. Just like, okay, I'm going to play with the other 8 horses in this field.
Yeah, had no problems at all. I mean, that's a really easy race and got great workouts, especially the last one was 101.4 breezing, third best out of 22. And got the, Luis Saez, who's really been hot in the last 7 days, winning 6 out of 23 mounts.
You have Jose Ortiz riding, and I like Jose. Gets his horses out of the gates clean. Ran a bullet. I like that bullet and go last time here. You got the bullet before it's going to head to the track. Should be the pace setter, Terry. I don't know that being the pace setter is the place to be today.
I don't either, but he did win easily, just like the number 2 did. And he has the fastest dirt speed among today's starters. He was heavily bet in his first race. And so, yeah, he's like you said, he's got a bullet work. Looks really well, really good.
Kavod or Kavad, however you want to go with that one, looks just overmatched to me. I don't know. It's gone from 4.5 furlongs to 1 mile and a 16th. It looks to me like trainer James Chapman is just trying to figure something out with this horse.
Yeah, I think so. They tried him in 1 mile and 16th the last race. Didn't do very well. Got beat by 20 lengths, but he is the only horse that's went the distance.
Yes, that's true too. And he's run well at Belmont. The 2 good races that he actually put up where he's finished in the money were both on the Belmont dirt course, but much, much shorter than they are today. Number 5 is Gun Knight. Took advantage of Witt's stumbles last time out. Ran a really nice race. This horse has improved its speed figure 5 consecutive races. It's tough, Terry, to do it 3 or 4 in a row. Can he do it 6 in a row?
Yeah, could be. I've seen horses do that in the past, and they just kept going. It's got a really pretty decent workout on September 19th, where he was the best 4 out of 11, and so yeah, he could do. He won his a G1 race already, so.
Yeah, so hopefully he did it. He's got a 4th, a 2nd, and a grade 2. Command Performance. Interesting to me that Jose or Irad Ortiz gets off a Command Performance, stays on Wit, so it tells you which horse he likes better. Yeah. Tyler Gaffleone picks up the mounts, ran on the mud last time, was well bet, had a pretty weird start. Maybe a better start could be a difference today.
Yeah, I think the lunge and the bump really affected how he finished up, and I think Tyler Gaffleone is a really good jockey, so this horse was well bet in debut, and he has a Trainer that wins 26% of the time and the first at a route.
So all of these horses, Terry, which one's getting Kentucky Derby points, and which one will you see when you're at Del Mar for the Breeders' Cup?
Well, my first pick is number 6, Commander Performance. And then I like number 1, Wit, number 3, Jack Christopher, and number 2, My Prankster.
So 6-1-3-2 for Terry. I think if Wick gets a decent break and is anywhere near the pace, the horse in those first 2 races proved to be pounds the best. Might be one of the best 2-year-olds running right now. And then I'm going to follow it up with the 5, the 3, and the 2. So I'm going 1-5-3-2. Terry's going 6-1-3-2. Terry going a little bit of a shot here. Hopefully one of them ends up in the winner's circle. We'll find out, of course, as always, when it is official.
Yep.
See you then.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm not one, Terry, to really criticize jockeys much because I'm not on the horse. I'm not the one that makes the call. I don't have to deal with it. But I have to say that was not Irad Ortiz's best effort. He ran that horse right into traffic when it was flying.
Yeah.
I think I don't understand why he didn't go wide. If he goes wide, he runs by that field. No question about it. But the 3-horse got it. Terry gets a superfecta with his picks. I don't know what it paid, but the 6-horse probably spruced it up a little bit.
Yeah, it paid Superfecta paid $13.30, but the Exacta paid $22.70 for $1, and the Trifecta $31.50 for 50 cents. And my horse ran second, paid $7.10 to place.
Yes, he had a good effort.
Yeah, better than the winner paid.
Yeah, well, that's not surprising sometimes, right? I don't know.
Right.
I mean, those 4 horses had all the attention to them. I said I'm not one to criticize. I don't like to criticize, but because it's easy to sit up in the stands and make calls, but they're going to have to work on getting that wit out of the gates a little bit faster.
Mm-hmm.
And then on top of that, you can't just run them up into a back of a horse and then have to stop.
That's true.
And then try to get him to go again, and then wait for the rail to clear. The rail doesn't clear, you got nowhere to go. Take him outside, get a better position. I think he would have had a much better finish if he had done that. But that's why it's racing. Terry, we're off to the next race, and you will see Jack Christopher, whatever his name is, at the Breeders' Cup when you're there in November, and maybe he'll be in the Kentucky Derby as well.
Could be.
Race number 9 is the Belmont Turf Sprint Invitational. Looking at a distance we haven't talked about yet today, 6 furlongs on the inner turf. And we'll get back to you with the pace setup, which horses will be coming, which ones will be going, and then we'll see if we can continue our streak of exactas, superfectas, and trifectas. It's an odd number race, so I guess it's my turn again, Terry.
It is.
Well, we'll see if I can pick them right. 10 minutes to post to race number 9. We'll see you then.
Okay, see ya.
Terry. We got some stuff up here. We might as well start with the beginning. This is how it looks like it's going to be in terms of early pace, Terry. Yep. Arrest Me Red, Pulsate back to his roots. On the way out should be the fastest horses. On the way home, Chewing Gum back to his roots. Therapist and Guildsman might be the strongest closers, and that might matter because let's look at 6.5 furlongs and how they typically run. When you look at the distance, Terry, about 52% of the winners are in the first three at the quarter-mile marker, which is about 50-50. I mean, that's a fair distance. Looking at the post, there are no edges for the post. Any post can win. Looking at the jockeys, now we see the speed jockeys doing well with Manny Franco, Kendrick Caramouche, Jose Ortiz, and Dylan Davis coming in. On the way home, on the trainer side, you got David Dunk, Christophe Clement, and Wesley Ward as your top trainers, Terry.
Yeah, sounds good.
Looks like it's a pretty good start to me as well. So this is six, like I said, 6 furlongs on the inner turf. PD Bianchi is scratched. So we'll start with back to his roots, the 2-horse, who now moves to the rail. What do you like about the 2-horse?
Well, he's bumped twice early and still only beaten a neck. Has the highest last race speed rating. And the trainer wins 23% of the time on the second race after a layoff. Jockey Luis Saez in the last 7 days, as we've discussed, it's been really hot. 23 mounts, 6 wins, 3/3, 3 seconds.
Yeah, he should have some pretty good early pace in this spot too. I think if you look at his past performance, has put in some of the better early fractions out of any horse in the field. Arrest Me Red, Irad, and Wesley Ward. I mentioned Wesley Ward does really good at the distance. Irad not really ranking very high on the jockey list for 6 furlongs on the turf, inner turf. And then you have a bullet workout here at Keeneland heading into this race for a horse that's 1-0 on Belmont.
That's true. He ran his last race.
At the distance. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Won his last race on the turf at the 5.5 furlongs at Saratoga. And as you said, he's got a bullet workout. So he's actually won 3 out of 5 races.
Yeah, all or nothing type horse, right?
That's what it looks like.
By land and sea, your value go up unless you live in some parts of the country. Horse that did run once on Belmont, got a win at a mile on the regular surface, came back to try it again on a yielding, didn't really like the yielding surface at all. That was the only time that the horse ran off the board. So getting the fast surface today for jockey Jose Ortiz, who I mentioned does fare well at 6 furlongs on the inner turf.
Yeah, he likes the turf. You can tell that because he's finished 5 out of 6 times on the turf. Mm-hmm. So,
yeah, certainly has run well there. And I expect that you'll see the horse put up a pretty solid effort. Probably, it looks to me like the horse can run up front or in the back. So I think Jose likes to get out near the lead and then try to guide his horse home. Therapist is for Christophe Clement, one of the better trainers at the distance with Tyler Gaffleone. Didn't mention him. This one looks to me like Terry, it's going to be one of the ones that decides to come home late.
Yes, he came from really deep last time at Saratoga at 1 mile and 16th to just get beat by a nose. And, he's a deep closer. He doesn't seem to break really well at all. So we'll have to see what happens in this race.
Has won 2 out of 3 at the distance of 5 of 12 at Belmont. He's only won 4 of 14 elsewhere. So clearly Therapist has a liking for the Belmont grass. Guildsman is coming off one of his best races ever. I think, in fact, his best race ever was after a short layoff. Looking at the horse's history, he tends to get a little bit better in the second try after a little bit of time on the bench. Is he going to improve and maybe steal this race, Terry?
He could. I mean, that's his first race back after being off for a couple of months, and he ran a really good race. He actually has no problems with this distance as he's finished 3 times in the money out of 8 starts. And he looks like he might come back and surprise people.
Indeed. Number 7 is Pulsate. Did run the top last race speed figure. Has tried the Belmont surface on the grass 5 times. Failed to win, but did collect a couple of place and one show check. Has hit the board 4 or 5 at the distance. So maybe right distance, right track. Can it figure out where the winner's circle is? And I mentioned Manny Franco is the top jockey at the distance and surface.
Yeah, he has the highest last speed rating, actually tied with another horse in here. And he comes from close off the pace, which is, I think, would be better at this distance. He has a bullet workout. I'm sorry, a good workout last time out, 48.3 breezing, 26th of September, 25th out of 125. So he beat 100 horses in the workouts.
All right, that's pretty good. Belgrano is scratched. That leaves us with Chewing Gum, horse that should be coming late as well. Terry, third time off a layoff. The only other time the horse had a 3-race cycle. It regressed from the first 2 races, but I expect that you'll see Chewing Gum, as I mentioned, in the as we showed in the graphs for coming home for Lake Pace. This one probably will be charging the hardest late and has not missed the board in 5 efforts at Belmont.
That's right. He likes Belmont a lot, and also the distance. He's won at this distance and ran second twice. So, and he really improved his speed rating between the last race and the next race. So,
indeed. So now is the moment of truth, Terry. Time to make our picks. Who do you like in this race?
Okay, I like the 2 with the 3 with the 4 with the 5.
Right in order. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, well, I mean, that's basically from the rail on out. For me, I'm going with the 5, the 4, the 3, and the 9. So we'll see how they line up when it goes official. Hopefully one of us has our picks that line up in the winner's circle in such a way we can come back and say, look, we had the trifecta, superfecta, and exacta.
That'd be great.
We'll find out if we can make that happen when it goes official. We'll see you then.
Okay, see ya.
Terry, I have to, this is a second race in a row, or maybe, second race in a row where I'm really uninspired by the ride on the horse that I picked from coming off the pace there. Again, a horse that's getting momentum. You run him right into a wall of horses trying to hope that the rail is going to open up, and the guys to your outside aren't going to give that to you if they feel like you got more legs than they do.
No, they're not, and that's the way they do it with the horse racing. You got to be smarter with your ride. So,
yeah, I mean, I don't want to criticize anybody, but I feel like Therapist did not get a very good ride there whatsoever at all. Right. And the horse started to come. You could see the wall there. The horses to the outside said, "No, sir, we're not going to let you go." And then the horses in front, they're not going to part the sea for you to come through either. No, you've got to do a better job of positioning your horse. I mean, it's not a case necessarily of the best horses winning the race. It's the horses today, at least the last couple races, I feel like it's the horses that got the better rides.
That's right, yeah. And that can be true in a lot of times in these races, especially the stakes races, because you have the best riders and the best horses. So, that's why you see so many long shots in some of these stakes races.
Yeah, I just feel like you got to know if you're going to close, right, that you can't try to pin yourself to the rail coming out of the turn.
No, you can't. You got to be on the outside.
Well, I mean, you're hoping for the rail to open up so you can burst up that rail and take the shortest path to the finish line.
Yeah.
But we've seen that 2 races now with Wit and now with Therapist, where the other horses just said, we're not going to give you that lane. Yeah. You're going to have to find another way. And I would think that you would position your horse so you can go to the outside. So I've always heard the best horses go wide at the end, but apparently not today.
And at Belmont, that turn's really, it's a real wide turn. It's not real sharp, so that, the horses don't tend to go to the outside coming out of that turn. So,
yeah, well, it could well be, but I feel like it's 2 races in a row where anyway, we'll leave it be at that. So we have the Woodward coming up. That is the marquee race of the day. That one is 1 mile and an eighth, Terry. So we haven't talked about that distance yet. They don't run a whole lot at that distance. So I looked at what they have run so far, and we'll talk about that. We'll talk about our horses, and maybe one of us will get a phenomenal ride from our jockey on this upcoming race.
We might. We'll have to wait and see.
Yes, we're due for one. Yep. We'll see how we like them, how they stack up versus the past, and make our picks. We'll see you 10 minutes to post.
See you then.
Terry, it's the Woodward. It is the marquee race. It's the headliner. It's the reason everybody showed up at the track today. It's a pretty
That's
good
right.
field. A lot of really nice horses in here. They don't really run a whole lot of mile and an eighth races at Belmont. You had to go backwards a little bit on the calendar to find some, and a lot of them are high quality races, either high priced allowance races or stakes races. So looking at the last 10 or so, about 9 of them, 6 of the 9, the winner was first or second when they hit the quarter pole. So that's kind of shocking to me. And then the posts, well, it looks like the 1 and the 2 might not have the best of it. I don't know that it really matters because, like I said, only about 9 races. But looks like being the 3 or the 4 is the best spot to be. Luis Saez and Junior Alvarado are the only jockeys that have more than 1 win in the last 10 races or so. And Todd Pletcher is the only trainer to score a couple of winners at the distance. Let's look and see how they might come out of the gates and how they might come home. And number 4, Mogacha, might be the fastest one out of the gates. Surprisingly, Maxfield ranks pretty high up in here, which shocks me. But and on the way home, it looks like Art Collector is got some good late pace, which kind of backwards to me. So I almost wonder if maybe I got some of these things upside down. But I know I don't. I went back. I had to do the old double take. Wait a minute. What does this say? So that's how it looks like they'll come, and that's how it looks like they'll go, Terry. Let's run down the field with number 1, Dr. Post. Ran out to Del Mar to the Pacific Classic. As I mentioned, Todd Pletcher being the only trainer with more than 1 win at the distance. He's got them back on the East Coast with Irad Ortiz. Is he making the right move?
Well, we'll have to see if he is or not. I can tell you, this horse is ran 3rd in his last race at Del Mar. So he came in from Del Mar to run in this race. He's 3 out of 4 in money this year, and he's won 2 of those. And then the jockey trainer combination has won 5 out of the last 8 mounts.
Yes, they've been hitting it all or nothing. Is coming down from $1 million purse to $500,000 purse. So that may be facing a little bit of a, I don't know if this, I can't say it's an easier field. No, because Maxfield is a real horse, and that's the 2 horse. Maxfield has run 9 times, managed to win 7 of them, Terry. Win and a place at the distance, but first time he's ever going to set foot on the Belmont track.
That's true. He gets blinkers added today, and he's had speed ratings in the hundreds all throughout the last 4 races. So he's really in top form. He's won 2 out of the last 3 races. So I expect him to do very well.
Yeah, well, I mean, bettors expect him to do pretty well too. He'll be the heavy favorite, and last time he lost out to Knicks Go, and I think that race Knicks Go ran last time, everybody would have lost to him. So he's not really lost to. I mean, he lost to Idol, who's running a little bit later on in the day, and Express Train, which 2 horses that are running out on the West Coast this afternoon. So we'll see if he can handle this field. Art Collector ran the highest last race speed figure at Charlestown, the Charlestown Classic. Okay, so that's at Charlestown, but it is Saratoga. You ran a pretty good one there too. Should have some pretty good late juice, but not too far from the pace. With Luis Saez, who I mentioned, is one of 2 jockeys to carry 2 wins at the distance.
Yeah, he's won 2 races in a row. He's going for a hat trick. And then Luis Saez in the last 7 days, as we've discussed earlier today, has won 6 out of 23 mounts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, our collector's 4 for 4 at the distance, and the only horse in the field to put up a last race speed figure above par for this level, which is kind of hard to do. Mogacha, the 4 horse. Okay, toss.
Yeah, we could say toss. I don't see anything there except for the fact that he's won 3 out of 9 races this year. So,
Paco Lopez is the only mount I saw today that he's on with Code of Honor. So he came to Belmont to run 1 horse, and this is the horse he came to run. Code of Honor, unlike Maxfield, does have some experience on the Belmont track, and he's done well with it. 3 wins, 2 seconds, and a 3rd in 6 tries. If you're doing the quick math, that's 100% in the money, Terry.
That's right. And he's got the best speed, dirt speed among today's starters, and he won his last race at Monmouth with Paco Lopez in the irons, and so he's coming to a track where he can now use the crop.
And he's done well. I mean, he's won 7 to 17 races. Absolutely knows where the winner's circle is. Training well at Belmont, has raced well at Belmont. So we'll see if Paco made the wise choice to come up for one race. Forza de Oro, something about the gold. I don't know what the Forza means, but making the second start off a layoff. Last time out, put a bullet work in. Another one that likes the track with 2 wins and a second in 3 races. 2 of those races, Terry, I think we're at the distance.
Yeah, and he finished third in his last race, and he cuts back now in distance. That'll help. And then he has a sharp workout on September 25th on the training track at 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 3 breezing. It was the best at 11.
So who do you like, Terry, in the Woodward? Who's going to secure the big money check today?
Well, this will probably be no surprise, but I like the 2 with the 6, with the 5, with the 1.
2, 6, 5, and 1 for Terry. It is a surprise for me, Terry, because I'm going to go with the 5 horse. I'm going to go with Coda Honor and his track record at Belmont. I think the form hits there, and that Belmont track is one that some horses don't like that surface, Terry. So I like to see a little bit of experience over the Belmont track. I feel like he should be coming hard. We'll see if that's how it plays out when it goes official, Terry. Hopefully, either Maxfield or Code of Honor finds its way into the winner's circle.
Yep. Whatever ones do you like besides the 5?
Besides me?
Yeah,
the 1, 2, the 1, 2, and 3.
1, 2, 3. All right.
All right. We'll see how they line up when it goes official.
Okay. See you then.
So it's called the ice cold when you get it like from top to bottom in exact order. What's it called when you get it in exact order but backwards?
The really hot.
I don't know what you call that, the superfecta, but yeah, I had them in exactly backwards order.
Yeah,
Instead of
but that's
5,
all
1,
right.
2, 3, it went 3, 2, 1, 5.
Yeah,
Maybe my dyslexia is bothering me a little more than I'm used to today. I'm not sure.
could be. So, but you
Uh,
did a good job there.
well, I mean, there's only 6 horses in the field, so it's kind of hard to. Well, I mean, you could have messed up on one of them, but anyway, got the. If you boxed them, you had the exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and all that good stuff. But would have liked to have it flipped around the other way, personally.
Yeah,
So
would
be
have
it.
been better.
It was a really nice race by Art Collector. It kind of rounding into the form I think a lot of people thought the horse had last year when it was on the Kentucky Derby Trail.
Yeah, yeah, he was a favorite of mine last year. So
And I remember he beat Swiss Skydiver pretty handily down in the I think it was Toyota Bluegrass Stakes at Keeneland, but didn't show up too much after that on that Kentucky Derby Trail. Maybe dinged himself up a little bit. Well, one race left to go, Terry. That's race number, I think, what are we? Race number 11, right? That's the last race.
that's it.
And of course, yeah, why not? Belmont wants to show off all the different ways it can run horses. So it's going to be the first race of the day where it's the 6 furlongs on the outer turf course. So
Yeah.
we'll talk about how that track lays out, what kind of horses typically win, and then we'll let you know which horses we think will actually win.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Talk about it. 10 minutes to post for the nightcap.
All right, we'll do that.
See you then, Terry.
Okay, see you.
As I mentioned, Terry, this is the last race of the day. It is 6 furlongs, maiden claiming $40,000. 6 furlongs on the Widener turf course. And I mentioned we had not discussed this distance yet today. So looking back at the last 33 races or so on a firm surface, about a quarter of those horses, Terry, a little under them, went wire to wire, which is a little bit of a speed bias there.
Yeah.
A little bit about 55%. The speed limit, I can't drive 55 in the words of Sammy Hagar. About 55% of them were in the first three at the first call. Looking at the post position, the inside two look like they have a tough go of it. And then 58, almost 60% of the winners came from posts 4 and out. So maybe a little outside with some speed might be the way you want to go. And then Irad Ortiz and Eric Cancel have been the best jockeys at the distance, but it's been pretty well spread out, the wins at this distance. And they do run quite a few races there. And finally, really doesn't seem like a trainer has the pulse of how to win this particular race because none stood out.
Okay.
Let's see how they might break out of the gates. Sander, Kalan, whatever that name is, could be first night spot going for, what is it? Gong Hit Factory, whatever. And then 7, Bo Brown on the way home. Boom, boom, kaboom. Yeah, that's 6 horse. Number 11, Hot Doctor, Rogue Leader. Those horses should be coming the fastest as they come around the corner, coming for home to wrap up this Saturday at Belmont. Let's talk about Boom Boom Kaboom. Terry, what do you like besides the name?
Well, let's see. He's got trainer 19% of the time wins with the maiden claiming race, and he's been really good in the last. The trainer's been good in the last 14 days, winning 3 out of 7.
Yeah, taking a little bit of a drop too, Terry, in terms of purse. Last time out ran for a purse of 50,000. This time running for a purse of 45. As I mentioned, those inner posts have had struggled a little bit, but did run some of the better opening fractions last time out. I do see a regression pretty much across the board for the horse and its internal numbers. Night Spot is the 2 horse. It's going to have to improve a lot, Terry. I think I can confidently say I'm going to toss this horse.
Yeah, I agree. I don't see much in it all on the horse. It's not very interesting to me. So,
well, the only thing I see, Terry, that I kind of gives me a little reservation was 100-1. Had a little bit of a break, having a little bit of a break today, coming back to run only 6 furlongs. Last time it had a little bit of a break, it came back to run at Belmont, ran its best race. Workouts, however, don't indicate to me that it might do it again. But if it does work back to that, tossing it might not be the right thing to say.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I'm hoping. Number 3, Majestic Sky, Terry. Another one that's taking a slight decline. They're all coming down about $5,000 in terms of purse money. Hasn't run a quality race in its last 2 and really only ran 2 quality races out of 6.
Yeah, but it could improve because it's going back to a sprint. So, and it has the best turf speed among today's starters. So.
Indeed. Number 4, Tuesday's Child. I don't see too much other than the fact that every now and then Tuesday's Child can find its way to some, it's run better fractions than it looks. So how about we go with that?
Yeah, I think so. He's only beat 3 horses in his life. So.
Yeah, that's not good. No. Number 5 is Gelded. Probably not very happy today. No. Manny Franco, who does pretty well in sprint races. Sometimes that first time Gelded angle is a pretty good one to go.
Yeah, the trainer wins 23% of the time with the second start with 2 turns, and with the turn, may improve while returning to a sprint.
Yep, indeed. And, the horse, I think if it could run back to its original 7 furlong run at Belmont there, that would be a good enough speed figure, I think, to win. Number 6, Gong Hai Factory. I don't know. Gong Hai Factory? Whatever. Gang Hai? Whatever. Go ahead, Terry. Yeah, what do you think about this horse?
It had an early speed and ran 3rd last race out, and it has a highest last race speed rating in the race. So.
Number 7 is Bo Brown. I think I could pronounce that one. One of the more lightly raced horses in the field. Second off a layoff. Hasn't really been bet all that well. Last time was his first time out. The only other 2 race cycle regressed in round 2.
Yeah, the trainer has got a pretty poor record. Only wins 3% of its races when it dirt starts. So
I'm not too big on that one either, but we'll see. Maybe it can come around. The 7 horse might be a part of the early pace, but I think he might give up and fade at the end. Number 8, Rogue Leader, has not run very well. It's another horse that's coming off of a little bit of a layoff. Some decent works, not great, but I'm not expecting to see a lot of bullets for maiden claim in 40,000.
Yeah, Kendrick Camus is about the only positive thing I see. So I would not play this horse for myself.
All right. Yeah, I'm not playing it either. Although Kendrick is usually pretty good if he can get the horse out of the gate. One positive is it did step up in its speed rankings. Number 9 is Sandor Klina, whatever. This is a horse that just bombed last time out, Terry. Seems to be regressing 4 in a row, getting worse race by race. Any chance he could turn it around?
Well, he shows early speed usually, and he does like turf better than he likes the dirt, I think. So going back to turf might be a way to improve.
Could be, yes, indeed. And at Lasix, last time he was on the turf, he showed some speed and then faded. So maybe the Lasix kicks in third time. Sportini is making its second start career after only running once before. Was pretty well bet at Saratoga. Is taking the biggest class drop in the field, Terry. Will it be enough?
Well, the trainer wins 20% of the time when it's second career race, and he may improve with blinkers at it today. So.
Well, he could indeed. I mean, that big drop, sometimes you see that. It was bet pretty decently. Number 11 is the Hot Doctor. Terry, last time out, did a nice job closing, did do some improvement. Set Belmont 7 furlong race back there. That nice speed figure in there. If he can run that same speed figure, maybe does it again.
Yeah, he ran a really good dirt race last time out, running second, beating only 3 lengths. And the trainer, Linda Rice, I like her. She wins 31% of the races when she brings a beaten favorite back. And of course, the jockey Jose Ortiz is really good.
Yes, indeed, he's very good, especially at sprints. Gets his horses out of the gates real nicely. Finally, number 12, Micro. Wasn't really well bet. Didn't really run well. Maybe this time around he was supposed to run on the turf. Got moved off to the dirt, and he probably didn't like that.
Yeah, and probably didn't. Although he's had a turf workout, it didn't look like it was that great to me. Just kind of average. So it's another one I'm not going to use in my picks.
You're going to toss him?
Yep,
tossing him. You got to say toss him, Terry, so that way he can win.
Toss him.
Yes, indeed. So not tossing them, pick them. How do you like it?
All right, let's see. I like the 11 with the 10, with the 3, with the 9.
Terry's going 11, 10, 3, 9. Rich is going to go. We both settled on the same horse, the 11. I'm going to go 11, 6, 10, and 1, Terry. Hopefully one of us can close it out with a superfecta. That's the goal today, to start off with a nice bang on a trifecta, go home on a superfecta, and have that good feeling to carry us through till Monday when we meet again.
That sounds great.
We'll find out how they line up when it goes official. We'll see you then.
Okay, see ya.
Nice
really-
handicapping.
I was really hoping that 11 horse could or the 10 horse could wiggle its way into third there, Terry. But I'll take, what was it, a $36 winner on my second pick to come home first?
Yeah, it was a pretty good. But I think you got the trifecta, didn't you?
No, I didn't have the 8 horse.
Oh, I thought you did.
I had the 11, 6, 10, and 1.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Mhm. I wish I had the 8 horse, Terry, but I did. If you recall back, if we look here, he was on our sheet as the 4th best closer. In fact, if you kind of look at that rankings right there, what do you see? You see the 1, the 6, the 11, and the 8. I mean, there's your superfecta.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Well, no, the 11 horse didn't. There's your trifecta right there. The 11 horse didn't run in there. It was the 9 horse over here who is the leading speed horse. So the top speed horse with 3 or 4 of the top closers, and you could have had yourself a really nice superfecta, but we didn't do it. But at least we had the exacta, right?
Yeah, and that exacta paid really well. Paid $49.25, and I normally play $10.
That's for $1, right?
Yeah, that's for $1.
Which I think you think about a $36 horse on top and only it seems like a kind of a low payout for an exacta.
Well, yeah, it does, but you never can tell on those darn things. You never know what's going to happen. I've seen it before where I had the hard favorite run second and maybe a 4th or 5th choice win, and the thing play $80. So.
That's what I'm saying. You got a $36 horse. I only got 13 more for having an 8-1 behind him or something.
That's right.
It seems like it should be higher than that. But you know what? A winner is a winner, Terry. It sends us home. It's enough money to go out and buy something for dinner for the family, at least maybe for 2 or 3 people nowadays, the way things cost.
Yeah.
That wraps up another Saturday, folks. If you like what you saw, kindly give us a like on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, subscribe on YouTube, give us a thumbs up. Terry and I, we do a daily show every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at 1 p.m. Eastern, right here on the Horse Racing Radar TV channel. We'll be doing a pick for it, Terry, at your favorite track. Which one is it?
Grants Pass. Looks really good, too. There's pretty long fields, and there's really no real standout horses. So if we get it, we should get a pretty good price pick for.
Absolutely. Well, that's our goal. We'll talk about the weekend's news. We'll also make our pick 4 selections and go through a 3P parlay as Terry and I continue our everlasting hunt to find Sasquatch.
That's it.
All right, Terry, as always, these Saturdays are my pleasure, my friend. Thanks for coming. Any final parting thoughts before we get up and out of here?
No, just that you had a good day, I think, and I had a good day. I thought it was a pretty good day. So other than that, I can't think of anything else to talk about.
Yeah, I think across the day, in our picks, we had a lot of exactas and trifectas, and they weren't all chalky. There was a lot of decent prices in there too. So we started out with a nice price trifecta, and we ended with a nice priced exacta. We're really hoping for that 11 or 10 to come home, but it didn't happen.
Oh, well.
But time for us to go home, my friend. Oh, I forgot. We're already there.
Yep, we are. I'm at my place. You're at your place. And we're thousands of miles away from each other.
Absolutely. But it seems like we're right in the same room, Terry.
It does. Yeah, it does.
Absolutely. Technology, the wonders of it. I'll see you Monday, my friend. Enjoy Saturday night and have a fantastic Sunday. Like I said, Terry and I will be back Monday at 1 p.m. Eastern, in between here and there. Make sure you head over to Horse Racing Radar. Enter tomorrow's contest. It's a mystery track. I don't know which one it's going to be, but I kind of do. But we'll see. In any case, you can also get the rest of the day's picks. I know that Santa Anita is still running. Check out that podcast with Todd Schrupp and the guys over at Horse Racing Radar. And I think you'll learn a few things in there. Todd shared some interesting stories as well.
He did. Yeah, it was a good guest.
Yeah, great guest. All right, folks, as always, nothing but best wishes. And may all of your picks end up in the
winner's circle.
Absolutely, Terry. See you Monday, my friend.
Okay, we'll see you.